Hello. There we go. Little bit of setup. Let's see. And I think we are set up. Great. So, after a bit of work Friday evening, the camera is pretty good for third person. You just have to make sure it works properly in multiplayer. Oh. There's a weird lag spike. Okay. So, for the camera, this is the digging. And when we are getting things on the side like this, you can see it's still okay. Of course, we can tweak the transparency and such as needed. But yeah, we should be able to pretty much see any angles now. And then for the shooting part, the camera will always allow the crosshair to show us where we're aiming at. The reason why it goes through the player in the mining mode is because it's much better, as we can mine straight forward. If the crosshair was up here, we would mine always the block above the player and he could never dig a single block forward, which would be annoying. So the transparency might still need some tweaking to see, like, yeah, maybe we want it to be fully transparent when we're a bit further away as well. What's happened with the drill? It's a weird bug. The drill look at only place when I hold on interaction key. Okay, interesting. But looking at how it acts, maybe it's better to just keep it straightforward all the time. Yeah, the look at is not even correct because it doesn't, it just looks at the Y direction like that. Yo, just Harrier and Blackwater Gator. Welcome, guys. How are you guys doing today? Okay, so it's because we used the interaction raycast there. You got new ears because the wires broke. Congrats on a new headset. You got KSET Caster IEM. Nice. Yeah. Work gets boring without music, right? I have a feeling even if I make this aim correctly, it's not gonna be very good. It's not the stream that is lagging, by the way, guys. It's my computer, and I have no idea why. I did a Windows update tonight. Seems like when I start or stop the game, it triggers sometimes. I'm not sure. I can also see the drill here. It's a bit off, actually, the back part. Probably have to edit that one in Blender. Don't think I have access. Nah. Just the old one. You use Windows 10, I see. I didn't have any problems with 11 until possibly today. If it does continue for a while, I will restart my computer. This rotation to raycast, it's really bad. It looks horrible. So this is probably like gonna be removed shortly. Okay. You haven't crashed yet. Host. Okay, no crash. Okay, let's see. Connect. Yes, this guy's camera. I just mined something incorrect. Was it a fluke? Seems like it. It seems like the raycast here is pretty good. I think I need to make the model more transparent when we are a bit further away, like this as well, maybe. I'm not sure. Do any of you guys play in third person ever? Like, what would you prefer? Would you prefer it to be often opaque like it is now? And then only when you're like really up close it goes transparent? Or how would you prefer it? Would you prefer to have it more transparent? For example, like here? Here, would you want it transparent still? And what about like all the way over here at max distance? Okay, so here you could see something happens wrong. There, I targeted the wrong block. Not sure how. It could be the new mining raycast position, honestly. It messes with things. Let's try to reset it and see if we still have problems. Maybe it didn't like joining while the wave was ongoing. Okay, so I think there's no more errors in the raycast position. The weapon. Weapon raycast is off. And I think I understand why. Probably because we are in like mining mode. Okay, so the server. The server is in third person and the multiplayer is in first person, then it's wrong. Yeah, one of the instances had trouble again. Bullet impact gravity. Okay, so we are moving the camera in process perhaps while we are using physics interpolation. Could be a little weird. So let's see. I don't think it's the it's not the aiming weapons raycast that is wrong. It's more the fact that when player 2 changes his perspective, player 1 doesn't know. So since the crosshair is on a bit of a different position, it's the raycast of the camera that is actually a bit off. For sure the server needs to know. I think we can just call it though from any peer. Now the server doesn't necessarily have to call it as an RPC, but are we gonna make like an exception? Like, it doesn't really matter. If the server let everyone know that he changed his camera position, but okay, so the second one crashed. Third one is okay. There's something buggy with the second one. Okay, so shooting is okay now. Let's see if the server changes perspective. Yeah. Still okay. So I think that does it for the raycasts. It is still... Yes, this has been an error forever. Damage meters. So the camera moves outside physics process. Does it only happens when we swap positions, maybe? Yeah, the second one is like buggy, and the third one gets in. Very strange. Okay. Spawner is null. Okay, so is it this one? 20 errors. 22. Still 22? Nah. It's more in general, maybe? Okay. So what can we try? First we should get rid of this error that doesn't let the second peer join. I have a feeling as it might have something to do with the special thing we do here for 0 multiplier on the wave timer. Let's see. Yeah, seems like that is it. Maybe. Or is this gonna bug again? Did it say anything? Oh. So annoying. Let's start a bunch of instances and see if you can figure out what's going on. No errors, just super laggy. It's nothing. It's nothing to do with Godot. It's just like the graphic cards software. Okay, let's try. One joined. Two joined. Starting to be a bit laggy, but this one now everyone joined, so I don't know. Yo, Stale Pompano, welcome. I forgot to put my YouTube chat on in case someone visit me over there as well. Yo, Stale Pompano, welcome. Hey. Yeah, I'm just checking if our updates on the Raycast was correct from Friday, and it seems like after a change here, it looks okay. So yeah. Did those errors come before or after I quit? So there. This time it crashed again. Yeah, so it's like, I don't know, man. My computer is acting up. I think even running a single instance can cause like issues today. I hope it's my computer. At the same time, I don't. No matter what it is, it's kind of bad, right? But it's, I guess it might be worse if it's, the best case scenario, it's just something with the Windows update I did tonight. Worst case, it's something with my computer in general, like hardware. Best case, it's, or what should I say? A middle ground is there's a error in the game. I hope it's easy to find if that's the case. Jesus. Should we just restart the computer and get that out of the way, or should we just keep going? And I think the issue is mainly while we're running Godot, so like the game version. I guess we could do planning, coding, and stuff like that without any interruptions. Changes was good for multiplayer. You know, I have my old project around still. I don't know. I don't know if this runs in Godot 4.6 though, because this is the old version. It looks different. Yeah, this is not really compatible either. I still have to figure out a bit what's on the agenda today. Let's try a few different values for the transparency values on the camera, and then let's figure out what we're gonna do. So, for example, if we put like this, now it's gonna be transparent much faster, I think. Yeah, because earlier this wouldn't be transparent. Everything except the mining hat, because I couldn't be arsed to set up transparency for a CSG object, since I'm not gonna use a CSG object in the end. And a drill I don't think I'm gonna make transparent. So it is definitely like easier to see what's going on, I think. Such a big air pocket we had here. So the advantage of that one was that when we were like 1 block away, we still had great vision. Now let's try something different. Now we are mostly gonna be only transparent, not fully transparent, unless we're basically directly on top of the camera. But we're quickly gonna start getting transparent. I suppose something like this, the advantage would be we will most of the time see like what we're mining, what's going on, but also see the character model. What I'm thinking is like if seeing your character model is like what is intriguing about playing in 3D, then maybe you should see it as often as possible without it getting in the way, I suppose. Thank you so much, Colossal Cereal. A blessing upon you. Yeah, I hope I don't get really sick. My wife just had a cold and I don't want it. I would go for this version where the player is more often visible, but I still feel like I can see what's going on. Oh, so heavy. Hey, you there? Get off my lawn. Yeah. I'll hire one voice actor in this game only for that line. Okay. Let's see, are we gonna crash, boys? If so, see you in 20 seconds. Oh. The game didn't run, but I can see the OBS didn't crash. What about this one? Does this one work? No. So weird as well that the second one bugs out, but the third one can join. Why don't I say that line myself? Well, I could try, I guess. Okay, so let's say we tweak the transparency enough for now. Like the only thing remaining to check would be something like have a transparency at full distance while we're mining as well, but I tried it before and it wasn't that great. Smoothing out camera movement between positions. A lerping camera. I don't know if that's necessary. Because when you're like inside here, it's very smooth. So it would only be the transition right when you go in here and out. And the thing is, it could cause some issues as well with the targeting. I think, like if the camera goes in while I'm holding mouse here, and then it goes past this corner, if it would lerp, I would probably hit this rock behind me at least once while I was going down. Like something happens. We connect. We do the weapon upgrade, pickaxe upgrade. But does it try to create a new server? No. So strange this happened today. What if I export the project? Then there's no problem. Could be RNG though that it worked. Let's try it again. Also, let's have both of them open. Okay, so could that be a part of the problem? They're both open. Okay, that worked. Now let's keep them both open from the start. This time it worked. I don't know, man. I could fix the first person camera. Like the issue with it is that when we're leaning, the hitbox is still let's see. When we lean forward, is a voxel collider. 1, 2, 1. It is too tall and one wide, so when we're leaning forward, our head will go inside the voxels. I think we resized this voxel collider in game as well. Because now the voxel collider is a complete square. The issue with that, of course, is that it's it first of all, it barely fits. I need to make this player a little smaller. But secondly, it's like you can clearly see that we could move a bit to the side here, but we can't. So I think we could try this first, where forward and backwards we can't go all the way into the wall. Which I don't think there's any way the player is actually gonna notice. But then we still collide inside here, okay. Is it this one? No. It depends on the angle. Okay, it doesn't rotate with the player. I see. The voxel collider. Collision shape. Yeah, it makes sense. It's used as a reference for the size. It's not actually the collider. I'll look at that one later, I think, but basically we would have to lerp between 1 and 2, size 1 and 2 depending on player angle, player rotation / pitch. In the direction the player is facing. So the camera, I'm not gonna do more with the camera now, but I'll put it in brainstorming for now. Make a laser trail. So I saw something cool about making a trail in 2D. I wonder if I could replicate it in 3D. The idea was basically like, let's say the trail is something like two different colors, right? But like a hot glowing center or something, and then like a bit of a colder outside, for example. And then when you move it, you draw the middle here on top. So how that would look is that the middle would be prioritized. Let me remake it here. So middle and outside, and then as we keep moving it, the middle is prioritized. Just have to draw them in like this. Okay, so since the middle is prioritized, it's gonna draw on top of the red one. None of this either. And of course we're gonna update it a bit more often, so it's gonna be more of a... It's basically gonna end up being like a trail that looks like this with the red outline, right? As we shoot the laser across. But I have no idea how to do it in 3D, to be honest, because let's say that we put the red part in like layer -1 while everything else is on layer 0, then the enemy should be drawn on top of it, right? So then it will be hidden behind the enemy. Let's say we keep this one at layer 0, same as the enemy, and then we do the orange one at +1, higher priority or whatever. Now the red one will be on top of the enemy, correct? The orange one will be on top of the red one, correct? But I assume if there's like another object now in front of the enemy, like another enemy or something, then the orange thing is still gonna be like drawn on top. But there's also something in the VFX I saw that was called like, what was it called? Tube mesh and trail mesh or something? So we could have a look at those. Let's see. Tube. A decal we could use as well. In the bodies, in the nodes. Excuse me. What about in the nodes, Stale Pompano? You mean the ordering layer thingy? The draw layer or something? Like we do have a bullet impact effect already using a decal. So we're probably gonna be able to make something similar with the laser. Okay, so I think something like this. First priority, we need to actually visualize a trail where the laser has been shooting, right? That's important. Yo, Fury Xena. Thank you so much for the follow, man. I appreciate that. How are you doing today? Once we have a trail from where the laser has been shooting, the second priority should be to see if we can have a little emission on the trail. You're doing good. I'm doing good as well. Thank you for asking. Having a little bit of a computer trouble today, maybe from the Windows update tonight. But it seems like we're able to work normally. So hopefully it won't be a big deal. We're gonna work on the laser next, I believe. And the visual effects from when the laser shoots at something. I want like a trail to follow where we have been shooting, which can be fun both for drawing silly things in game when you're bored, or of course it might look cool when you can see where the laser has been zapping the enemy. So once we have like laser hitting, where we can see where he hit the enemy with a little bit of glow on it, it would be nice if we would have like colder outside of the trail. But this one has to be overwritten by any center of hot center of other laser trails. A cold trail should not be visible where there is already a hot trail. Inside trail. Okay, so let's see what options we are able to have with this. Do any of you guys know about a game which has like a cool laser trail effect? Or it could be magic or something else as well, you know, just like a clear visual where you have been shooting or using magic or whatever. I'll show you guys what I remembered when I was thinking about the trail. It was a snow trail game 2D, something like this maybe. You see how there's like an outside of the trail? But that one is actually on a layer below the middle. This is how it would look if they were on the same layer. But once you prioritize the middle, then it's gonna look like this, right? This is a good idea, making it like dark after a bit. This I think could just be a decal with like a light effect on top, similar to our gunshots. But if you move the laser fast, it's gonna need a bit of a different solution. You do have a mission on it. On decals. I wasn't sure because the first time I worked with decals was with my gunshots. And what a decal is, for the people that don't know, it's basically overlaying textures. So let's say that you have a player here, like very happy dude, and this he's like painted green, right? This is the player. Now a decal would, for example, be that you would have a bullet impact and you place it, you actually place it like as a box, I guess, and you say you're gonna paint it on the player in this area. So if this box overlaps with the player mesh, then it's gonna paint this bullet hole on the player, and it's gonna like blend it with the player. I think we can choose how much it blends as well. So I'll show you how it looks in game. So this part left here, that's the decal. And you see we do have a glow effect on the bullets, so we could do something similar for the laser. What I'm scared of is that it's gonna be expensive. Like I should make sure that these bullets as well does not do things like shadows. It's off. Laser trail. Decal. I'm just gonna take a quick bathroom break. Get some coffee as well. All right. So basically all of these things we can reuse from our gun impact. And then we would just have to set the heat, emission and fade values. So I think what we can do is take the location we're shooting at from 2 different frames. Like, for example, frame 1 we shoot here, and then in the next frame, if we shoot here, then we draw the laser trail between the 2. And then we have like, let's say there's an enemy in the background here, right? Or here there's an enemy. Now let's say that we move our mouse really fast. So frame 1 we shoot this enemy, and frame 2 we actually are over here at this enemy. But this enemy is like very far off in space. We could say something like, if the distance between the 2 points on each frame was too big, then we skip drawing. Well, we should still draw at the X, right? Then we only draw right here. Like we draw at the 2nd frame location. I wonder what happens if we have can we have a decal with, for example, draw layers like the one of them is prioritized, I wonder. Yeah, so this is what I was thinking. Yo, Morphman86, what's up, man? Good morning. How are you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. All good, getting ready for a new week. How are you? I'm good as well, man. Pretty much the same. I wasn't quite sure what I was gonna work on today, but then I figured out we would do the hit effect for our laser and try to make it basically draw a laser trail where we have been shooting it. Yo, that's Natty, another new follower or watcher. Haven't seen you here before. How are you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. First time here? Yeah, it's Monday. I did notice at my old job there was always the older people. They were always like very awake on a Monday because they had a relaxing weekend. But the younger people were always tired from the weekend. Yeah, usually like 50-60. But for me, yeah, I still think Mondays is pretty tiring. It's better with a Friday when it's almost weekend. For me, personally. You think that cliche is right? Yeah. You're awake and 51, so you should be just above the threshold then, where Mondays are full of energy. Jokes on you, I'm tired every day of the week. Yeah. I guess that's pretty normal as well. I wonder how stretching our laser line is gonna look, if it's gonna look good or not. So it's saying decals can look a little bad if they're drawn across corners. So let's say that we have a enemy that has very sharp corners, like this cube, and then we hit here, and the next frame we hit over here. He's saying the decal is gonna look very bad if it's drawn on top here. And that makes sense, like I saw before I fixed the normals of the bullet decals, they did look very bad. So about this laser trail, is it hit decals you're trying to implement, or a trail following the projectile path? Hello Stolen ID, welcome. Yeah, I do usually get up at 6-ish these days, but I often do some learning or like videos and stuff before I start working. Well, I suppose what I'm trying to make is decals. I would like to have like the hot inside and like colder outside, kind of, but I'm not sure if I can do that. Like a steaming hot middle part of the laser, somehow white maybe, I don't know. Doesn't matter, like a high emission middle. But I think basically what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna try to draw something like this, and then next frame when I start drawing again, it's basically gonna overlap like this, yeah? So there's gonna be like ugly spots where they overlap like this. And like imagine many of those, then obviously this is not gonna look good. So I think we just have to stick with the single color for now. Okay, so we have a normal check, a distance check. Let's make some notes. You don't have a solution for me? At least not with the tiny amount you know about my project? You just wanted to know so you can keep up with what you're doing. Yeah, no problem, man. Feel free to ask anything. I'm glad you're taking interest. I suppose we need the calculation, what kind of decal we're gonna spawn. We should probably have that as a VFX script on the laser gun. I think we can also say if it didn't shoot last frame. If it didn't shoot last frame, then we don't draw a line. You're also not great with Godot yet, still learning that yourself, but you understand most of the concepts used. You're not the newbie at coding, just at Godot. I see. I don't have much coding experience, so I'm happy if you have some tips. Anything from code structure to anything you see that I should do differently. Okay. So a stretch decal is a decal with a position. You place it between the previous hit and current hit. Then you make the length based on the distance between the hits. With this just a set value similar to the, it should be similar to the single impact version. Projection depth, what is that? Small value into the surface. Ah, that's maybe the boundary box of the decal? Not sure. Projection depth is. Rotation, yeah, that's fine. I wonder what kind of texture would stretch well. What if we actually had like the stretch just be a square, but then what we do is we place like a circle decal at the end as well. Let's say this is a hit. And then say this is the stretching decal. Oh, whatever. So then what we do is if this is the previous hit from last frame, then we could place the stretching decal on top of it. It has to be the same size though, of course. And then on the other side here, we would then put another hit over there. Yeah, now I'm not gonna be able to make it exactly right, I guess, like that. I think that might work. Stretching a small square or rectangle would create a line, much like how the brush in Paint works. Yeah, I see. That's good. And how is this compared to, let's say that we had something like this, and then we stretched this. I think what would happen is that the pixels on the sides would be like stretched as well, right? So that would look kind of bad. That's why we would want to put the ends separately. What is the issue you're trying to figuring out? I'm just thinking how to make a decal for the laser trail. Stretching, yeah, if I stretch the whole thing, it will look worse, yeah. Right, but you can't really just take a start endpoint and given you want the decal to show up during a continuous laser shot, the most you can do is a little decal that stretches for delta time. Let me see if I understand that. You can't take start and end points to get the decal. So what I'm thinking is, right, every frame we fire, we're gonna spawn this decal on the firing spot. So that could be frame 1 and frame 2. Now we have some criteria if we're gonna spawn a trail between these two spots. And that criteria is gonna be something like is the difference of the normal of the 2 hit points small enough, and is the distance small enough? If those 2 criteria is met, we're gonna spawn in like the trail decal. We're then gonna stretch it like that. So we're gonna spawn it in between the 2 decals we have here, and then we're gonna stretch it. It has to spawn in the middle and be stretched to fit perfectly. And then once all of this is colored in, it should look pretty good. If firing, overlay end cap. Place midline. If not firing, place end cap. I think when we stop firing, we're gonna stop spawning the decals. Like, we're not gonna spawn one final one at the last. I think I'm just gonna do it like on each physics frame or something, or each process frame, I guess, while we're firing. The question is, how many decals can we handle? Can we handle a simple decal with emission every frame? Or should we space it out slightly more? For hard surface decals, Godot recommends keeping the Y size as low as possible for better culling efficiency. Oh. That's interesting. It makes a difference. Okay. Same collider or same chunk? Why would you care about that? If firing in same direction, stretch the midline. If firing in different direction, place midline. Start new midline stretch. You think I should only place the end cap when I stop firing? But then, while I continuously fire, then it's gonna look like this. The trail, it will, you will see clearly it's a square while you're firing, and then it's gonna turn into a circle when you stop firing. It's a bit... It depends if it's too expensive to spawn this end cap every frame, but... yeah. For the was firing to update to false. I would maybe have to do it in process or something. Yeah, that's why I said earlier, you can overlay the end cap visually on the screen and only place it when you stop firing. So the end cap would become a part of the firing visuals rather than the decal until you're done firing. So it moves along, it becomes a part of the laser visuals in general. Wow. Need to catch a video call? Okay, see you later, Dasnadi. Thank you for stopping by today. Nice to meet you. We do already have some hit effects from the laser, but should we have anything else for the decal than this? I don't know. Also, does Godot have... So we can easily make the circle and square in Godot, I wonder. Textures. Let's see. How do we do the bullet impact spawning? Player, machine gun, VFX. Bullet impact effect spawner. Alright, we also place them on the enemy. Hit position, hit normal. Material type, we don't need for the laser. Fade duration, okay. You blame me that he has to take a video call? Or something else? Bullet impact effect spawner. The machine gun VFX. Okay, so these are good examples how we can do it. On hit. That is going to be triggered from the machine gun GD. Object hit. This is a important part. When we hit an enemy or another moving object, we can do as well. We are gonna use impact effect spawner on the enemy we hit. And the reason for that is that we want the visuals to be a child of what we hit. If it's a moving object, so it moves with it. And when we're gonna do that in multiplayer, we can't pass a reference to the enemy. But we can RPC call a spawn function on the enemy. Like we can't, for example, from a random script, make a reference to the enemy and pass that to an RPC call, because that enemy reference is not the same on the other clients. You blame me for world hunger? Oh no, what have I done? Reset on an enemy death. Doesn't this remove spawn bullets on the ground if you kill an enemy, which is not what we want? Maybe I didn't read it close enough. See on these bullets. No, they didn't get removed. Okay. How do other clients know which enemy is hit if they can't pass a reference? Yeah, that's the trick, right? What we do is we place separate bullet spawners on the enemies themselves. So this bullet impact effect spawner is part of the player usually, and you just place the bullets when you shoot the ground, right? And they fade out of existence by themselves and go back into the pool eventually. But if we hit an enemy, then we access the enemy's bullet impact effect spawner, and we do RPC call on that one. So I'll show you like the enemy It's basic. Where do we have? Is it maybe a part of the hurt boxes? Yeah, here. I guess we didn't do it for this one yet. Armored enemy. Here we have it. VFX bullet impact effect spawner. So when a hurt box of this enemy is hit, we're gonna see, okay, this enemy has a bullet impact. See the holder list. It's the spawner. Where is that one? Ah, here. The hurt box itself has a reference to a bullet impact effect spawner. So if we hit an enemy, we're gonna check if it has its own bullet impact effect spawner, and if it does, we're just gonna RPC call inside here. Because it's silly, because if you do an RPC called on this enemy that are shared across clients, like on a script on the enemy, then everyone will execute the script on the correct enemy, like. But you can never pass. You can never pass a reference to this enemy an RPC call. Then they don't know who that is. If that makes sense. You would think that they would know, since you're able to like do RPC calls on the enemy itself, but they don't know. They can't associate. At least not from the normal multiplayer spawners with unique names. Yes, this is gonna be done for the laser hits. I'm just saying, like, if we're on the player and then we spawn impact effects on impact effects RPC enemy effects position, or since we're on the laser script, just enemy and position, I suppose, then this wouldn't be recognized across clients. They don't understand what's going on here. They don't know this reference. If I pass it, instead of what I have to do is do player if enemy is hit, enemy dot bullet impact effect spawner spawn impact effects. Position. Something like that, right? You get that part, but the way you phrased it before, it sounded like you needed a reference to spawn the laser hit. No, I just need the laser hit to be a child of the enemy. That's what I meant, anyways. Otherwise it won't move with the enemy. There's some cleanup needed there as well on the normal effect. Oh well. We're gonna need... Okay, that might not be great for the stretched decal style when it is a rounded object like that. Might be better to just spam a new circle decal every X frames or something. Yeah, I wonder how much we can spam it. We could probably keep like a list of enemies as well. I didn't think about this when I created the enemies in the first place, that the players might need to know what enemy we're hitting. We could spawn the decal effect in the multiplayer spawner on the enemy as well, but then We couldn't use pooling because multiplayer spawners gets confused when we reuse an instance all the time from pools. I don't know why. I wonder if it's because I gave it a new unique name the second time it spawned from the pool and it doesn't match the previous time. I never figured it out. So for VFX effects, everyone has their own pool of VFX. Find the limit and set the decal spawn limit, despawning the oldest decal before spawning a new one when limit is hit. That is one of the things that would be excellent for the graphics quality settings menu later, giving each player the ability to set their own decal limits. Or just tie the decal limits to different graphics settings. Like number of special effects, low, medium, high, something like that. Which again will be tied to if you just change general graphic, low, medium, high. Yeah. But I still need to get answered the question here. I also need to know, what if we spawned a decal every process frame? A simple decal circle with emission. Would that be expensive performance-wise? And would it be would we spawn them often enough to make a trail? But the thing is, as well, like if we are even close to being able to spawn decals fast enough to make a trail with just the circles, then the distance between each decal should be very small. And if that is the case, even if it's a rounded enemy, the difference in the normals should be very low. We also have the check, right? If the difference in the normal is too big, we don't draw the line. What we could do is we could make the circle decal, and we could see if we can spawn it every process frame, and then if it looks great, then we're done. If we can see like dot 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 instead of a line, then we move on and make the trail. Yeah, I have no idea how many decals we can draw. That's what I'm gonna try to figure out here now. Like, is it good to put a limitation on this thing? Otherwise we might do it every time the laser fires, which is like 5 times a second. Then we definitely need a trail. But you never know about these things, or maybe you know, I don't know. Like, for example, shaders, they draw like millions of times a second, right? Like they handle every single pixel on whatever they're executing on, and does like maybe a large function on each pixel every single physics frame. Is like crazy, right? How you would never think that would be possible. So yeah. It's always good to check. Shaders are different. They handle things more holistically. It doesn't spawn a new resource for every pixel on every frame. Yeah, exactly, so it's things like that, right? It's like, how expensive is this node, which is a decal? Like, what does it actually cost? For example, is 500 decals a lot, or is that completely fine? I have no idea. Also remember they're pooled, so you're not gonna create one and stuff every frame. You're just gonna like instantiate it, I guess. No, not instantiate it either. Just move it to a different position. Perhaps change the parent. Change the fade value. Ah, yes, you need that coffee, man. I should make one as well soon. Enjoy. Yo, Kurt, welcome, man. You were at Godot Camp 26. Bitbrain was there. So what's Godot Camp? A community event for Godot. And Bitbrain was there. Is he like a famous creator? It's going well. We're looking into... Oh, it's an event your association makes. Cool, man. I'm at Behave. Cool. Bitbrain. He's a YouTube channel. Maybe I should check him out later. Ah, someone on YouTube as well. Hello, Robert. How are you doing, man? So yeah, I'm currently just reading about how often I should spawn laser trails. I'm trying to figure out some rules around it, right? How we're gonna do it. I think we're gonna do like a circle, each shot position, and then a trail in between, which is like a rectangle which is stretched, right? You're good as well, Robert. Well, I'm glad to hear it, man. This is, I don't know what the ray trace is. This is like, when I shoot the laser in my game, I want a trail behind it. It's an actual laser in the game, yeah. Your office coffee machine refuses to make coffee now without flooding the kitchen? Oof. I guess you have to change it, maybe empty it. I can show you the laser if you want, Robert. How it is currently. The laser is this one. And I want it, when it hits the ground, I want it to like make a trail where it's going, right? Same on the enemy, I want it to make a trail where it's been going. Then we can draw on the ground, you know? That's the most important part. Star Wars or Star Trek laser? Yeah, I guess. Guess it could remind you of those. Is the laser a weapon? Yes, it's a weapon. Currently you cannot use the laser for mining. I don't think you're gonna do that either. I think if anything you might be able to use the drill for damage eventually. But not the laser for mining, I think. It's an option though. Maybe in the future. You want HDR? In 4.7. Let's see. Rendering and shaders. Yeah, the coloring is a lot better, I guess. Whoa, crazy. That's so cool. Is this 4.7 specific? I do wonder though, if you paint on something with this feature, are you able to like make it have a mission, and are you able to make it disappear within a certain amount of time or go black or something? Are you able to control it? Drawable texture. Is this all 4.7? Man, they're doing a lot of changes. Neat. I should read these from time to time. It's a lot though, to go through everything. But it's very interesting. Watch the 50-second video. What am I looking at? What? Godot has been busy this entire year. Your personal highlight is the shader previewer. Ah, yeah, that's nice. Getting a C++ implementation. Ah. Okay. But the shader previewer is also coming in 4.7, right? That's thousands of updates to the textures. Yeah. I see. Just showcasing that it's able to handle the updates, I guess. Yeah. I wonder when I will have a character model instead of a capsule. Will be interesting to see. It's gonna make a big difference. And weapons and drill and have the drill and weapon change. Like maybe like a mech with the arm that can change into a drill or a weapon or something. 4.7 beta 2 uses it. Nice. So Shader Previewer is a plugin and the team adopted it into Engine C++. Okay. Yeah, but what is he saying here? Like, this is already things we check. I don't get it. This makes sense though. Let's... Yeah, we should probably... Kurt, you usually use beta. Okay, nice. I'm glad to hear they're stable. D-Boy once had to reroll because of a beta. I see. Robert, you like the idea of the phaser from Star Trek personally? If it only had a few seconds before cooling down, just to make the cooldown really short, like in Star Trek. It does actually have a cooldown effect. When it turns blue, it will be more visible once we have a proper model for the laser, right? But you see the red on the crosshair, when that is full for a bit, it will turn blue. That's when it cools down. Okay, let's make a proper to-do list, I guess. Hey, Stolen ID, thank you for the subscription, man. Main supporter. You own me now, oh no. But you already did, so there's no difference, right? Yeah, 4 months is crazy, man, thank you. Yeah, it's you're not supposed to own anything anymore in this age and time, you know? You're supposed to just rent. Shouldn't own movies. If it were up to Amazon, you wouldn't own your computer. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break again, get some coffee. Oh. Okay, let's just start looking at the decal, I guess. Question is if I'm gonna have the outline effect as well. And what happens if you draw two decals on top of each other? Color-wise. Usually you get sea fighting? Okay. brightness stacking. Yeah, that I want, that's fine. Just hope it doesn't get too out of hand. Because we will adjust. Flickering. Ah, timer's here, okay. Thank you. What do you mean if I write code myself? You were here when I wrote the Raycast code, right? Does Godot not have a decal projection? I'm not sure what that means. It does have decals. And you can place the decals on meshes to color their textures. What's the issue? I'm just learning a bit about them, how they work when they overlap and stuff like that. I also need to figure out what software I'm gonna use to create the decals. I don't know how to make a transparent PNG. Affinity photo. Affinity Designer and Paint. Can save as PNG. Layers and background off, okay. Yeah, I'll see if I can make like a gradient from Affinity. I should try to figure out what looks good in regards of glowing colors. Let's see. Maybe something like this too. First, how does white look? And into yellow. Orange. I think red. Maybe white to red or just red. Center. I think it's a good idea to make it show up in game first. Yes. Could do that if I have a just a simple rectangle texture and a circle one. But I did make it show up in game with the bullets, so it's just the rectangle connecting piece that I have to test. Yeah. Is this affinity ever gonna load? Or what? you make most of your stuff in Affinity too, but you wish... Ah, you should have an animation handler. ETS is apparently not a thing I can reasonably do for an RPG, unless I want to either go AI or have everyone sound like Microsoft Sam. Why don't you just record like temporary lines for yourself, and then if the game gets a lot of wishlist and potential, just hire a voice actor then when you think it's gonna earn money. Unless, of course, you end up being happy with your voice acting, then you could just use it. Because you don't like to tie yourself down like that, firstly, I would need the users to accept my monotone voice for all lines. Secondly, I would need to set aside an unspecified amount of revenue for voice acting, only to implement it after the players actually paid for it. Thirdly, I would be tied to those voice actors every time I would want to add new dialogue. Ah, I see. So your project already has like users. Like, I don't know anything about your project. Is it like a demo? Is it a game that is out, or what is it? You're theory crafting for future project. Checking my limits and options. I see. Yeah, of course, brainstorming first is a good idea, and making like a quick prototype before you lock in is of course a good idea. But like if you're in the phase of theory crafting for a future project, then you don't have to think about voice actors. Like I don't think you use voice actors before the project is basically done, right? At least when you have a fleshed out demo. 11 labs is good for TTS. Okay, you could try those then. I know that what is it? Epidemic Music had some TTS as well. If you prefer Microsoft SAM or AI, I would run with Microsoft SAM until you have a big project with like tons of wishlist or something. Like there's no point in having like expensive voice actors during development, right? Even if you have like a 5-year project, I bet you don't put in voice actors before year 3 or 4, you know? Oh well. You probably looked a lot more into it already than me, so I'm sure you will figure out what to do. There are so many similarities though between the bullet impact effects and the laser impact effect. I should probably use it the same script. Or previous hit. No, that's a thing as well. Laser previous hit. If you add Time for an impact effect base class? Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Swabster, you can use colon equals. I don't like that one. I do like it if I know that I can return a variant though. I would rather have specified this, what type it is exactly, if I know. Like, I don't want to do this, if that's what you mean. Like, this is obviously a float, so it's gonna cast as a float, right? But I would rather have it specified here that it is a float. I don't think this reset on enemy death is necessary. Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, this is when it's on the enemy. Okay, that's good. This can be a part of a child. Token is I don't have a laser impact. Don't have the trail yet. It's gonna be red then. For now. I can either keep these, all of this could be on a separate node. Then I just fill the lists. From the laser trail effect and bullet impact effect. Let me see. But where do you put your own like limit, I guess, or when do you decide when you type it as vector or when you just type it with a colon, right? So let's say, for example, you have bar position equals global position, for example. Then this one you know is a vector. But what if it's a rotation? Like, is that the quaternion, or is that like a vector 3 or vector 4, or like what is it? So if you're gonna use this, you have to know what the right side is. like, if you're just gonna use this sometimes, and maybe you have to be damn sure that future you knows exactly what the right side returns. I think like this is good just because it's consistent. Like you always just read this part. You don't have to infer it from the right side, even if it's obvious, right? When you consistently type like this, at least you don't forget it or assume that future you will know what it is, what type it is. Like, I don't think a lot of people, for example, would make this class called return impact effects on enemy deaths. They would probably just have like a subclass of the impact effect spawner or something named return on death or return to pool or something short, right? That as well, like spawned laser trail impact effects list. This as well is probably something that people would name like super short, but I like having like very explicit what things are, because when I read it in half a year, I want to understand immediately what's going on here. But that I know Stolen ID also told me like having readable code with like longer names is good. I think he agrees on that one. You'll never see you write list into a variable name. Yeah. Wall opening door. Just call it door. I see. A guy at your company made the single letter variable names so that only he would be able to work on it, and then he quit. Nice. You will haunt me in my dreams if you keep using keywords in your class names. Return as the first word in the class name is unhinged behavior. I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to figure out if I should, how much I should move into the bullet impact effects portion here, and if it's actually gonna be the spawner should instead of just the spawn setup. For example, if we just move all of this stuff. And this one as well. Material type. That one I need here. Any RPC can go in there. This one as well could go in there, but I could also have like if I just change the impact effect scene. I could reuse almost everything in this one. For the laser as well. But at least these ones, right? For sure. Then spawn scene from pool. Is that where I make the child, I wonder? Spawn. That's where I make the child, okay. Hmm. Either I have a separate one for each impact effect, or I pass a variable what kind of impact effect I'm gonna spawn here. I think passing it would be sensible. It can determine which effect to use based on the weapon that hit it. Yeah, I already started doing it here, passing the impact effect type. So we can, for example, choose to do bullet. Let's see, when we do the spawning here, we can do this as well, I guess. Do we have to do that when it's not the enemy version? Probably not. Nah. Oh my god, I'm so tired. And the projectile hitting could then have that type, pass that to the hit object enemy. And Bob is your uncle. And Bob's your uncle. Okay, so we pass it to him as well, yeah? material type. This is only for bullets, but it's also something I should probably do. On the server, no? Yeah, probably. See, does this need something specific except for what we pass? I'm just thinking, can't we just move this to its own little node here? More nodes, more! More nodes! More. Should I make the reference on this one, maybe? I don't have to make it on every script. It's getting smaller and smaller, this script, because we're moving everything, which is good. I don't like big scripts. So we can do stuff like that. Rotate and position. And I don't have to read all of this crap. Impact. Gotta head out. Have a great rest of your stream. Hey, thank you so much for your help, Morph Man. It was nice having you around. See you later, man. Then it's just me and you, Stolen ID. I'm gonna annoy you with... I'm gonna put return in every single class name from now on. But you know, it doesn't... It's not return as in it... As in the keyword return, you know? It's return as in put it back into the pool return. So it's not... Yeah, you get it. Yes. It's the same word. I meant the meaning, if the meaning of return float something, return a float. It's not that type of return. I could name it something like re-pool. Put back in pool. But nah, I think it's easy. Impact effect spawner. What did I call it then? Impact effects. Impact effects. This is local, yeah. Why are some of your scripts named like functions anyways? Not a class. Ah, you mean like return impact effects on enemy death? It's like, it is a few functions in here, but like the entire point of the script is to return the impact effects when the enemy dies. So it's like, just tells me what the class does, you know? And I could put this function here, for example. It was in here, right? But if those 4 functions or whatever it was is in here, then this is bloated. And if this is bloated, then it's harder to like make changes or find out what's going on or whatever. Like when it's super modular, like all of these parts, then it's a lot easier for me to figure out what's going on. It's like that. I just don't have it yet. Okay. Yeah. I should probably have the enemy route here though. The reason why I want it on top is because I don't have to expose the children to make the enemy route target. Or actually enemy routes. I could just use owner, yeah, but explicit exports are probably safer. A class is meant to model a concept or object in its own private data. You are basically just treating them like chapters in a book. Yeah, the main reason why I name everything a class is that when I reference the script from somewhere else, I have access to all the functions and the variables in there, so I don't mistype something. If I don't name this a class and I just call it node, it will not tell me if I, for example, misspell the function name here. Yeah, and then it's this thing. Should I have this in the main scripts? And just have variations. Hello, Ice Reaper. Yeah, it's going well. Now today I'm gonna make a laser trail. I think it will take 2 days though, because I've been spent most of the morning just learning a little, and now I'm just setting up the default infrastructure for the spawn effects. I still need to make like the decal for the laser on hit as well as the trail, and then test it out. So I would say I at least have 4 hours left, maybe more. But that's okay. I have time. How are you doing, Ice Reaper? Nice! When you get a good night's sleep, that feels so nice, man. I'm glad for you. Beta branch on Steam stuff worked, so I let people fill the issue tracker and took some time to recover. Okay. What was your game again, Ice Reaper? You can link it in chat, the Steam store page. You create a class in root script, pass root reference into that script, and then that script is modifying the data of a variable in a root directly. Wait. You create a class in roots script. Pass root reference into that script. Line 67. Let me see. Is it one of these, maybe? Or was that just an example? You modify the tree of some var on some object by adding a child? which script are you talking about? Are you talking about this one? This one is bullet impact effect spawn. Yeah, it should be spawner now. And line 67 is where you add the child here. Is that the one you mean? Okay. So first the reason why we reference the root here to get the impact effect holder. That is because I don't have to expose the children as editable children to like set the impact effect holder. For example, enemy basic. Now I don't know if the script still makes sense or shows its stuff here. It's the armored enemy that has it. Yeah, exactly. So if this is if this was the scene that I'm making now, then I would have access to place these nodes, right? On the children, I would have to make it editable to place it, the node. I don't want to do that. Also, I can only place it once, and then I can reference the impact effect holder from the root in both the bullet and the laser and future effects. And then what was the other thing? And then you add a child and it doesn't know about it. Okay, so for the enemy basic, or no, let's see, the enemy armored, that child will be added in the bullet impact effect holder. And the armored enemy is not directly going to be informed anywhere in another script that the impact effect is here, but the bullet impact effect spawner here is responsible for returning it back to the pool when the enemy dies, and it listens for the enemy death signal. So it is aware of it through the impact effect spawner here on the enemy. Yeah, because that's the thing, right? This script, the impact effect script, it exists on the enemies. Ice Reaper, the most requested thing is please add Steam achievements. I would never have thought about that being that important to people. However, not really possible without source code and not the scope of the patches at all. Ah, yeah, you were doing those complicated things, right, right. Where you rebuilt the old games, yeah. That's how it was. Yeah, this is what it was. Right. Yeah, that was really cool.
Humans knew depth fields and our reason for existence.
Are you gonna be able to monetize any of this or no? Like, how are you getting a big part of this income when they sell or not? Isn't impact effect spawner the one calling in the first place? Wouldn't the code be way clearer if he would add the child himself? Okay, so if the impact effect add the child himself, Well, I don't know, like this one is the one that will add the child over to the effect holder, but it's called, it's just called from the script below, you know, like it's called from, for example, the bullet impact spawner. And the structural issue is that you access nodes and data from various classes. And ideally, you want to minimize that. It's better for debugging and easier to read in a year, etc. You return the impact scene already, so you could just have the caller add it where he needs it. So I returned the impact scene already. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean, like... Here's everything it does in a high-level overview, right? It prepares the spawning variables, like position and such, right? Once it prepared the spawning variables, it tells the bullet impact to spawn a bullet impact effect using those variables. This one gets a bullet impact from the pool, and then he spawns it, sets it up and spawns it. See, this one is for non-moving enemies, so this one is just a straightforward place it under the... Yeah, just place it wherever, really. A spawn scene from pool, that's where we place it, right? Yeah, we place it at the impact effect spawner linked to this spawner, yeah. So we ask for something. We ask for the setup of the spawn. This is the server's job. The server sets up the variables for the spawn. Then he gives all the players the variables so that they can spawn their own effect. And they just spawn it under the impact effect holder. That's like the high-level overview here. It's more of a hobby plus the chance of getting my name in the business. Not gonna throw in any amount, but you can be assured, especially for those old games, if you receive even a decent minimum wage for the amount of work, it's unlikely to happen at all. I see. Sure, with the source code it would have been easy, but a single variable change can take up to 5 to 6 hours. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. What you just described is called a factory. I did the same. I did the same for my camera. I tried it here. Like, I don't always do this, right? For example, the old mining script, for example, right? This is like everything here is together, like 400 lines almost, right? Maybe 350 if you remove some. And if you take a look at the camera I recently made, like yesterday or the day before, Friday, I guess we were working on it. Camera. Then here, camera configuration, right? Here you see like there's like a million nodes here, and each of them just holds like a tiny bit of information. Some of them of course will be a little bigger, but if I were to have all of this information in the same script, it would be like very messy, I think. If I wanna, for example, just debug the camera shake, now I have this script, and that's all there is to the shake, right? So that makes it a lot easier to look at both the variable setups and all the functions that are only applicable for the shake at once. So I've tried both. I've tried like the big script and the modular approach, but I think I like having a lot of components, and by having like the class name for each component, that allows me to like just make sure whenever I reference it, I don't make mistakes for the names and the functions. Components crossfire and modify each other. Well, they have to, right? Like, for example, if you... I don't know, like... if you swap the camera mode, for example, to a different perspective, then you have to change the camera position, right? Or at least tell it that now there's a new perspective, either through a signal or by just switching the camera mode like this. Oh, Lahis Luger, welcome, man. I would show you the camera that we made Friday evening, but I don't think I can run it right now because I have such a... I'm moving around everything. So it's not gonna... The game is not gonna run at the moment. How are you, man? So you have a camera component and an input component, and both modify. The input component is just like key presses, right? Inputs are like what the player presses on his keyboard. And then it's just like what we do when we switch the camera mode. Then there's just like a little storage. I'm not sure if I need it or not, but this is just to like whenever I edit the camera modes, this is the only place I care about. Like I always edit this one. I don't edit anything called camera mode anywhere else. I reference this one. Most happens here though, in the camera position. Like this one as well. I could have these as components as well if I wanted to, you know. That would be something similar as well. Like let's say the shooting position was messed up, for example. Then I wouldn't have to look at down here how it works and then go all the way up here to like find the variables tied to the shooting exactly. But yeah, I'm trying to experience a little bit smaller components, larger components, and like trying to find what I like. A component should be self-contained. So you said line 67 was the problem. Impact effect spawners, impact effect holder, add child. Like if the problem is if I'm gonna make a reference directly here, then I would have to expose editable children. Like it should access. Yo, Rorschach. Thank you for the prime, man. Hello, welcome, welcome. Soon off to sea again. 1 week. How was your 17th of May, man? You're editing children of another object there? Boring? Yeah, I stayed home as well. Wishing he was sick, so... Well, the impact effect holder is the one that has to hold the child, right? Because then it inherits position and rotation from the enemy. Unless I make this node 3D, but I don't want that on the player. I don't want I don't want to add a child here and have this in node 3D when I'm working on the player, otherwise the impact effects will move as the player moves. Yeah. I think we should create laser trail next. Laser trail effect, and then as a decal, and then set up how to spawn it here and test it, and then we can make like a proper decal for it. They have to talk somehow with each other, but still an input component should be to talk with the engine input. Camera component should be the only one fiddling with the camera object. Responsible for doing things then it's just a component itself. It can ask other stuff, but it's deciding for itself its contain logic. Caller calls AA, then modifies data from the caller. Ah, you don't think that's good? You would rather... I make the RPC call on the caller and then return the data, yeah. Yeah, but then I have to make the RPC call on the caller and if I'm gonna do that. Because you can't return data from an RPC call. Not all kind of data anyways. It would work, I would just have to have all them... The caller have to then make a I'll show you. Here. This is the RPC, so this calls it for multiplayer, right? So what I would have to do is I would have to pass this to like a function here. With all of that stuff, and then that one would have to call this without RPC, and then bullet effects like that, and then I would have to modify the impact effect holder, add child, bullet effect, right? Like that. So that's what you mean, I guess. But the thing is, I don't agree that this script needs the data from A, right? It just holds a reference to the impact effect holder, which I'm gonna place the child in, right? Like this is the bullet impact effect spawner, and once it gets the impact effect from the pool, then it should spawn it under the impact effect holder here. But yeah. Isn't this also a bit preference, or is it like very bad to do this? Damage system could trigger a calculate damage event, throws in a parameter as a damage value. Any component listening for damage could then react, modify, store the result. Is there other examples here that you see except for that one? Like, for example, bullet impact effect spawner. Here. Rotating and positioning. That's something you think is the same thing. You want that node to return the scene as well, or should it just rotate the scene? Because the entire point is that you pass the scene, right? And then you just rotate it the right way. Just reading it, I would expect the argument to be modified when I'm done. Yeah, exactly. The impact effect scene gets rotated in here, that's the entire point. So that one is good. Impact effect scene, trigger impact event. That's probably fine. And here is another one. Here it connects. Here it adds the impact effect scene to like a watch list that it gets returned to the pool when the enemy dies, right? Respawned. Is that what it's called? Respawned. Respawned bullet. Respawn bullets? No, not what it called. Spawned. Spawned. Yeah. Well, I'll try to keep it in mind as much as I can to like have each component responsible for its own thing. Thank you for stopping by, Ice Reaper. Have a nice meeting, man. Yummies. Yeah, as I was just saying, I will try to keep it in mind that I make sure all components are responsible for their own thing as much as I can. Think about it this way. Could you remove one component and the only thing that would require coaching is the root class? Yes, I think so. But of course, all like the variables from the like the functions and stuff here would of course have to go in the root class though. Like I need the spawn somehow, right? And you don't want components to talk to each other, I suppose. But if the components don't talk to each other, it will be a bit like I guess it could be doable, but it would be very... Let's say I add like five total impact effects, then it would be a lot of like, depending on the impact effects, do this or do that maybe? Or would that only be this one? As long as all of them are seen? No, it would still be... I would still have to specify, for example, this one, unless I make it more universal. The point of the component system is that you can just slot in behavior on the fly, and that you can compose new types of objects easily with those components. Yeah, I see. I wish I was like really good at structure, because it helps a lot, right? Planning for the GGD to separate architecture document. Nice. So you had been working on your art first, was that right? And then you're gonna move. Now you're gonna move into the game design document. Code architecture is learned by making mistakes mostly. Yeah. If you get stuck for 5 hours because of some annoying architecture, I guess you will remember it. I think I'm gonna head off to a break now. So I'm gonna note down like what I'm gonna fix after the break. We're going to make the decals. And that will be like the... laser trail effects scene. That's what it's gonna be. Yeah, it's better with the hallways than a labyrinth, I agree. Yeah, you learn a lot from doing, that's true. I think I only did like, what did I do? I did 3 or 4 Brackis videos and then I started trying to figure out multiplayer for the next 2 weeks. So I basically just had like maybe, I don't know, 20 hours of lecture before I jumped into my project. Bang your head against the wall method. Yeah, that's a good one. It works very well. Alright. I think I know what to do when I come back. Oh. I might not have time to sleep this lunch. Have to clean up a lot and maybe take a shower. But if I'm fast, maybe I'll get 20 minutes rest. See you guys in a bit. Thanks for watching so far. Thank you again for the subscription, Stolen ID and Roar Sack. Appreciate that. Massive support today. Thank you, Stole. See you guys later. Yo. Okay, so we are getting pretty close now, like we'll add the property adjustments here. Adjust the colors, I'll just have to check if I can tweak the colors of a gradient and have it radiate from the middle to the outside eventually. We also tweak the emission value here. Over time, we probably add something like fade time, float, and say if fade time is something else than 0, then return pulled object. Okay, so we got 8 hours done. Arguably, we might not have gotten 8 hours of work compared to someone who is a lot faster, of course. But again, it doesn't matter as long as we just keep consistently making little by little. We will make progress, and eventually the game will be good. Hopefully. We will try. That's about it for today, I believe. I'm gonna go make dinner, so thank you guys for watching, and have a nice day. See you around.